You had to field your position. You wanted to be able to swing the bat, run the bases, do whatever you could to help yourself. And I took all those things very seriously.
Well, it's interesting. You bring up a good point. I think about playing defense, say, in basketball in the NBA, and I've had more players tell me it's more of a mindset. It's a determination to play defense, and I hear you say that, and I'm just wondering, do you think that today's pitchers, particularly, that they have that mindset to play defense, or are they just concentrating mainly on throwing pitches?
Well, I reminded the Twins pitchers of that, about how important it is and how you can help yourself, and whether, I would have to be around all of them almost on a daily basis to find out if they really took it seriously. You can generally pick out the pitchers that bounce off the mound. Mariano Rivera, the great reliever for the Yankees, is a terrific fielder. He probably could be a great outfielder. So I've always said it does not take a lot of talent to be a good fielding pitcher. You have to pay attention. You have to anticipate. You have to always understand when the ball is hit, there's a place where you can go to try to help your team. And if you just do those things, you have a good chance to be a reasonably good fielder and help yourself out.
Are pitchers, both from a throwing standpoint and from a defensive standpoint, are they as schooled as they used to be? Because, when you were playing baseball, the minor leagues were about 5 leagues deep. You'd start at D-ball and then work your way up to seed ball and everything else. Now, of course, you probably go to double-A ball, and you could find yourself in the major leagues within 2 years. And I'm just wondering about the development from that standpoint if they get rushed to the major leagues.
Well, I think they do. We were discussing today how, for example, when I came up, there were 16 teams, 8 in each league, and you had 8 or 9 pitchers on a staff. So there you had, let's say, 125 to 130 pitchers in the big leagues. Now you have 30 teams, and teams carry 12 pitchers. So you have probably 2.5 times the number of pitchers in the big leagues. So obviously they have to rush quite a few pitchers to the big leagues that probably would be better off, spending a little more time in the minor leagues to learn their craft. Talent-wise and physical ability in terms of pitches, their technique, their motion, I think they're more polished than we were. But I don't think they've been given enough time in many cases in the minor leagues to figure out, as you referred to early, what works for them and what doesn't, and really develop into a pitcher to kind of know themselves and what they need to do to get hitters out.
We got 45 seconds left, Jim. When you go to the ballpark and watch the game, broadcast the game, do you like the feel of the game today?
Well, I wish it was faster paced. I wish the strike zone was a little more liberal. It's so much of a hitter's game that the pitchers are at a distinct disadvantage. And, I wish that it had a little crisper pace to it. But I still enjoy the game between the lines, the competition of hitter versus pitcher and team versus team.
Jim, I want to thank you very much. I've always enjoyed our conversations. You've always been very kind to me. And, again, I want to urge everybody to watch Jim along with Bob Costas on Thursday night's broadcast on the MLB Network. Thanks a lot. Take care, Jim.
All right, Ron. Thank you. Enjoyed it.
Jim Cott, again, has won 7 Emmy Awards for his broadcast work, 25 years in the majors, one fine pitcher. We continue on Sports Byline.
Rebuild or replace transmission, $3,200. Anti-lock brake system, $1,000. Rebuild or replace engine, $2,400. Truth is, once your manufacturer's warranty runs out, it's all on you. Every last cent. Get protection for covered repairs with a vehicle service contract from Toco Warranty. Unlike other companies, with Toco, there's no down payment, and the monthly payments are really affordable. Not sure how long you're keeping your car? At Toco, you can pay as you go. Keep your hard-earned cash and call Toco Warranty right now at 800-222-2313 to save big money on covered auto repairs. Prices vary by vehicle, but for about the cost of a tank of gas per month, a Toco plan has your back on expensive covered car repairs. Monthly payments are very affordable. Get your free quote now. Call Toco at 800-222-2313. That's 800-222-2313. 800-222-2313. Cancellation fee may apply, subject to eligibility. Not available in Missouri and Washington. Waiting period and deductible apply. Coverage provided and administered by Warrantech Corporation or its affiliates. Not affiliated with any manufacturer or dealership. Visit TocoWarranty.com for complete terms and conditions.
Remember in the beginning, when you first started to build a life for you and your family, you never imagined it would come to this. Instead of living your dreams, you're living with debt. In fact, it's smothering you. Now there's a way you can take back control with one simple call. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you qualify to receive a free, no-obligation consultation on how to get rid of that debt for good. Call the Debt Helpline now. We work on your behalf to reduce your debt. We specialize in credit cards, retail store cards, and medical bills. One simple call is all it takes to get the ball rolling to a debt-free life. Stop living with debt and start living your dreams. Call the Debt Helpline now.
800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. That's 800-957-6063.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Clapper, Chief of Orthopedic Surgery at Cedars-Sinai Medical Group in Los Angeles, California. Dedicated to your health, your life, and your sports. As a weekend warrior, you know about sports injuries and pain. Exercise is an important element in keeping your body's core in good shape to minimize sports injuries. But when you are in pain, there is one product that I recommend to my patients, and that is Blue Goo Gel. Blue Goo consists of a proprietary formula developed specifically for the treatment of inflammation and general muscle aches and strains. I recommend Blue Goo for my patients coping with hip and knee pain before surgery, especially bursitis and tendinitis. Give Blue Goo a try. Call 1-888-330-0123 and you'll receive a 1-week supply of Blue Goo absolutely free. The makers of Blue Goo are even paying the shipping. The number again is 1-888-330-0123. If you want more information on Blue Goo, visit online at www.dothegoo.com.
Now available at select Big 5 stores near you.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
We talked some baseball this hour with Jim Cott, the former Major League pitcher. Now you see him on the MLB Network doing baseball games after playing 25 years in the major leagues. Also, he had 283 wins, won 16 Gold Gloves. And as you heard him say, they just decided to retire me because he did not make a formal announcement that he was retiring from Major League Baseball. He pitched to both Ted Williams and Tony Gwynn, and he pitched in the majors 20 years old and 44 years old. And also a very interesting story from Garrett Rushhouse. He was a minor league baseball player in the Giants organization for 6 seasons, never made it to the majors, and now as a lawyer, he's trying to do something to help out the minor league ball players get a fair wage for what they do. Hang around. We've got more coming your way as we continue across the country and around the world with you on Sports Byline.
Freaks of speed and motorheads. It's Kenny Sargent with Speed Freaks. Be sure to catch Crash Gladys, Statman, and yours truly every Sunday night, 7 to 9 Pacific, 10 to midnight Eastern. That's right, Speed Freaks on the Sports Byline Radio Network.
You're listening to the Sports Byline USA Broadcast Network.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,562. Silver at $18.12, and Bitcoin is trading around $8,132. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals, high-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, while corporate media in the United States has been fixated on events in Iran, specifically the recent admission from Iran that Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752 was accidentally shot down by its military. Other equally, if not more important news, has largely been ignored or glossed over during the growing tit-for-tat conflict between the two countries. According to Tolo News, a drone strike targeting a top commander in the Taliban killed him along with around 60 civilians in Afghanistan. Locals have called the attack that involved 4 armed drones a mistake, despite officials from Afghanistan's Ministry of Defense reporting that the strike was coordinated between U.S. forces and the Defense Ministry. The Pentagon's confirmation of the attack was published in the U.S. military publication Stars and Stripes, in an article titled "Airstrike in Western Afghanistan Kills Leader of Taliban Splinter Group. May have killed civilians."
Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. A Walmart supercenter in Salem, New Hampshire has been the first store to test a new kind of technology that will use robots to collect grocery items for online order fulfillment. Activist Post reports that Walmart is one of the largest companies in the world by revenue, with at least 2.3 million employees in the U.S., and has seen rapid increases in labor costs that are forcing unwanted margin compression. The solution offered by C-suite executives has been a pilot program of automating a warehouse in Salem with the goal of deploying robots to eliminate employees and save costs. The new robot is called AlphaBot, and it's 10 times faster than a human worker. That would increase productivity in the warehouse, driving down the need for new hires during peak holiday periods when orders increase. AlphaBot operates inside a 20,000 square foot warehouse that retrieves refrigerated and frozen items ordered for online grocery. A court in Guatemala City released indigenous journalist and activist Francisco Lucas Pedro on January 3rd, after he spent 13 days in detention since his arrest. According to the police, he is accused of terrorism and arson, but human rights groups say the arrest was illegal. Activist Post reports that back in 2012, a criminal court had issued an arrest warrant against Lucas, based on a complaint made by World Bank founder Esoner Hydraulia Energia. This is the Spanish firm behind Hidro Santa Cruz, the company that wanted to build a controversial water dam on the Quambalam River, considered sacred. Lucas was an active participant in the civic movement against the dam, whose construction the company eventually canceled following 8 years of protests, court battles, and international pressure. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Free premium movie channels. Don't wait. Call National Programming Service right now. You could be up and running and watching your favorite sports and shows in just a few hours. Remember, call in the next 10 minutes and ask about our special radio offer and learn about free installation. Call right now.
800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. That's 800-470-7113.
Live, worldwide, Sports Byline USA. And here's host Ron Barr.
And wherever you might be around the country and around the world, I'm Ron Barr. Nice to have you with us here on America's Sports Talk Show. I'll tell you what's coming up in a moment because we've got one of baseball's all-time great hitters, a Hall of Famer, standing by to join us in just a second. But by the way, we're adding more and more new outstanding shows to our Sports Byline network. And if you are a sports fan of almost any sport, you'll be able to find something on our network that I think will interest you. We've got Out and About, so if you're an outdoors person, want to check that show out on Saturdays. Also, our World Soccer Daily can be heard Monday through Fridays for 2 hours. So if you're into soccer, whether it's domestic or worldwide, you can check that out. Speed Freaks, that's a great automotive show. And then, of course, a Wrestling Observer Live video game review show, Titillating Sports, and also the Bluff Magazine Poker Hour. And if you're into physical fitness, then check out our Get Serious show as well. And we also cover the business side of sports with Sports Business Radio, which can be heard on the weekends as well. So again, if you'd like a listing of all of our Sports Byline USA Network shows, all you have to do is go to sportsbyline.com, and right there on the home page is a listing of them. Rod Carew is going to join us for the entire hour. Hall of Famer, played 19 seasons in the majors, split between Minnesota, where he started out playing 12 there and then 7 with the Angels. And you can see why he is in the Hall of Fame. A .328 career batting average and 353 stolen bases. He led the American League in hitting 7 times and became only the 4th player to win a batting crown without hitting a home run. And he had 15 consecutive seasons hitting 300 or better, and only Ty Cobb, Stan Musial, and Honus Wagner exceeded that feat. And, of course, when you have a career like that, you're going to be named to the All-Star team. And, indeed, he was 18 times. He was the MVP in the American League 1 year, and he tied the Major League record for most stolen bases in an inning with 3. And also, one of the interesting facts about him is that he was born in the Panama Canal Zone on a train. And he and his mother moved to New York City at the age of 17. And I think that really did influence his career and the way he played, because he was one man that worked very, very hard at the art of hitting and at the art of baseball. So we will spend the hour with Hall of Famer Rod Carew. I'm Ron Barr. Nice to have you with us as we continue across the country and around the world with you on Sports Byline.
This is an urgent health notice for all residents suffering from back, neck, knee, and wrist pain. You may qualify for a pain-relieving brace at little or no cost to you, but the deadline is fast approaching. Simply call the Health Alert Hotline now.
You heard right. You may qualify for a pain-relieving back, neck, knee, or wrist brace. These items may even be covered by Medicare or your private insurance. The Health Alert Hotline is your brace company. These specialized braces have been tested for pain relief. Call us toll-free right now to determine your eligibility and to learn how to use your private insurance or Medicare to minimize your out-of-pocket cost. Don't wait. If the deadline passes, you may lose your opportunity to get a pain-relieving back, neck, knee, or wrist brace at little or no cost to you.
800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. That's 800-430-9571.
Money Now 100 is not a lender, broker, or agent of any lender or financial advisor. We do not make loans or credit decisions. You must be 18 years or older and a U.S. resident to qualify. This is not an offer or solicitation to lend. I went to MoneyNow100.com and got the $5,000 I needed deposited in my account the next business day. If you need money for any reason, help is here. Go to MoneyNow100.com and get the money you need. Need to pay off credit card debt? Go to MoneyNow100.com. Need your car repaired? Need home improvement money? Visit MoneyNow100.com. If you need fast cash for any reason, go to MoneyNow100.com. Good, bad, or no credit at all. Go to MoneyNow100.com. You could get up to $5,000 as soon as the next business day. Go to MoneyNow100.com on your phone, tablet, or computer. Type in the address bar MoneyNow100.com. That's MoneyNow100.com.
Football and basketball seasons are in full swing. So get into the game with our exclusive sports betting partners, betonline.ag. Sign up today to receive your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit to start betting college or professional sports. Every spread, every total, every winner or loser. Straight bet, parlay, or tease your way through the season. You can even bet on wild proposition bets like who will win the NBA MVP. Get the fastest to market odds, updates, and payouts with our new sportsbook partners, betonline.ag. Head over to the website today or use your mobile device to join and use promo code COACH55. That's COACH55 to receive your 50% welcome bonus. betonline.ag, your online sportsbook experts.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
It has been a long time since we've caught up with Hall of Famer Rod Carew, and of course you know the story on his wonderful career, 19 seasons in the majors, 12 with Minnesota, and 7 with the Angels, and he finished up with a career batting average of .328, leading the American League in hitting 7 times, and he had 15 consecutive seasons hitting .300 or better. Rod, I know we've talked before, but when you hear those statistics and you think back on your wonderful career, what are the things that mean the most to you and kind of even impress you a little bit about all you were able to do?
Well, I think the key thing was that I had great health throughout my career, and I was able to do my job consistently. Never dreaming or realizing that I would do the things that I did while I was playing, ending up being in the Hall of Fame.
You know, that consistency is the thing that touched me as well, and people don't realize how hard it is to do anything in professional sports consistently. Let's talk a little bit about the baseball aspect of that consistency. Can you give us some insight as to how hard it really is over a long period of time for you or anybody else to do something consistently well in a sport?
Well, Ron, I think it has a lot to do with discipline. You know, I think if you really concentrate on knowing what you have to do and disciplining yourself to do, then everything falls into place. But, you know, I had a gift. I was born with a gift to hit a baseball and play baseball. But I also was disciplined enough to work at it because I just never wanted to be caught slumping or not doing my job on a consistent basis. So I really spent a lot of time putting in a lot of extra work to making sure that when I took the field that I was going to be able to perform at a very good standard.
To have that type of work ethic had to come from something earlier in your life. What was it, Rod?
Well, it was a dream I had, Ron, of wanting to play baseball, and I always admired, you know, the Mickey Mantles and the Willie Mayeses and the Jackie Robinsons, and I always wanted to be on the same field with those players. So I knew that they just didn't get there overnight, that they had to put a lot of hard work into it. So I decided that if I was going to be the type of player that some of those players were, that I also would have to work hard and dedicate myself to doing well at a big league level.
You were born on a train in the Panama Canal Zone, and you moved with your mom to New York at the age of 17. And I've always believed that people that maybe come from somewhere else and have an opportunity in America, they maybe have that work ethic. I've seen it time and time again. Do you think that factored in to any degree, Rod, in your drive?
I think so, Ron. You know, I had so many of my friends that came from Panama to New York, and, you know, when I left Panama, it was with the intention of trying to better my life and go on and do things. And, you know, some of my buddies came here and they got themselves in trouble because they had no way of disciplining themselves into doing something with their lives. But my main goal was get away from Panama, come here to the land of opportunity, and realize my dream, and that was to play in Yankee Stadium, play in Dodger Stadium, play in all the stadiums around this country.
At what point did baseball start coming into your life? Was it down in Panama then?
Oh, definitely. I think I was about 7 or 8 years old when I first picked up a broomstick and started swinging it, started making my own balls from cardboard and newspapers and taping it together and painting my broomstick bats with the names of Ted Williams and Jackie Robinson and Roy Campanella and Mickey Mantle, some of the great players of the time. So that's how I got my start.
Now, I know that fathers would encourage their kids to take up and maybe get serious about sports, but what about your mother? How did she feel about it?
My mom did. My dad didn't pay much attention to me as a youngster while I was growing up, but my mom made sure that if it's what I wanted to do, that she was going to make sure that I had the things that I needed to use to play baseball. So she bought me my first glove, and when I got a little bit older, and made sure I had some baseball shoes, and took me to Little League games, and got me involved along with my uncle.
Rod, one of the things you grew up and started playing baseball and even professionally at a different time in the game. And what I mean by that is that players, when they were signed, they would have a chance to season and really apply themselves in the minor leagues and learn the things before they get a chance in the major leagues. That's not the case today. And so when you talked earlier about that work ethic, do you think the players have a chance to develop a work ethic when they are rushed through the minors because they put so much money into them so early in their career that teams need to find out whether these players have the capability at the major league level?
Well, I don't think so, Ron. I don't think that they're giving the young players the opportunity to really fine-tune their skills today. And a lot of it has to do with agents. They expect their signees to be to spend 1 year in the minor leagues and then get to the big league camp the next year and hopefully get to the big leagues that same year. So it's not giving the kids a chance to learn how to play the game. And as a coach, while I was coaching, I found out that we were teaching more at a big league level than ever before. When I came up, you had to be able to do everything on a baseball field. Today, a lot of these kids can't bunt. They don't know how to hit and run. They don't understand the game, how to play the game. So it's more of a financial thing, for players today, and I think for agents.
I also think it's rude, and I've used that word on the air, to pay a player multi-millions of dollars before they've even proven themselves at any level professionally. I don't think it's right to the players that are already in the major leagues that have worked their ways through, or even players of your era that applied yourself and then finally made it to the major leagues. I mean, to me, there's something wrong with that. How do you see it as a former ball player?
Well, I feel the same way. I think, they need to work a little bit harder. They need to respect it. They need to understand who got them to where they are and why they're at the position that they're at, So, and baseball has to encourage that. Baseball should encourage it.
Also, Rod, do you find that maybe today's player doesn't have an appreciation for the nuances of the game, hitting behind the runner, advancing somebody on, because and I blame the media a little bit for this, that the highlights you see are the home runs or the fancy type of plays and everything. Do you think the nuances of the game are not appreciated as much by players today?
Well, it's not appreciated because it's not taught. And
right.
A lot of players today don't want to do it. Because it's such a different game. They think it's a different game. They think that hitting home runs is what the game is all about, but they forget about moving runners, bunting runners over, giving themselves up because they feel that it doesn't show up in the papers the next day. But they don't understand that the 24 other players on the bench and the manager sees what you're doing and knows how important you are to the club when you do those things.
I made mention that you played 19 seasons, 12 with the Minnesota Twins, and then, of course, you did move to a major market with the Angels. But playing in Minnesota, when you think back on that retrospectively, that market size, the comfort level for Rod Carew, how did that all come together, and how did you feel about playing in a market like that as compared to maybe being in a New York and a Chicago early in your career?
Well, it was very easy for me because I was in a small market, so I was able to go out and do my job every day and not worry too much about having the media around. So I was very comfortable in that market. If I was in New York or L.A., in a bigger market, I think I might have been in a fishbowl.
Did you also feel comfortable about the community? In other words, it wasn't like, and as you said, the fishbowl, you didn't have the media hounding you and everything, so that allowed you to focus more on the game that you were playing and that you loved?
Oh, definitely, and getting the appreciation from the fans in the Twin Cities was very special because they really appreciated us there. They appreciated when you went out and you played hard.
We only have about a minute before we have to break. That transition then to the Angels, going to a major market like that, because it came later in your career, did it make the transition easier?
Oh, definitely, because I had players that played with me at Minnesota that came out to California and told me what a great organization it was and what a great owner that Gene Autry was. So when I came here, he made me feel comfortable, and so I was able to relax and just go out there and work hard for him.
Was there anything that surprised you in California that you didn't anticipate when you made the move?
Not really. The weather was great. We had a great stadium, and people were really nice to me when I came out here.
Rod Carew, the Hall of Famer, is with us and you. He's involved in something very, very special that we will talk about right after the break. But one of the things that Ken Holtzman, the former pitcher for the Oakland A's, once said, and I think it's so true, he said about Rod Carew, he has an uncanny ability to move the ball around as if the bat were some kind of magic wand. And all you have to do is take a look at his career statistics, where he led the American League in hitting 7 times, career batting average of .328, and also he could steal bases very well as well. We continue across the country and around the world. We've got you on Sports Byline.
It has been said that everyone has a book in them. But do you have the time or the ability to write your book? Maybe you picked up some skills or had a life experience that you want to pass on in the form of a book to help others. Maybe you want to leave an autobiography for your family. Or maybe you've built a successful business and you want to share your story. At Dorrance Publishing Company, we have professional writers who can help turn your book idea into a finished manuscript quickly and affordably. A Dorrance ghostwriter can provide as much or as little help as you need to complete your book. You'll work directly with your ghostwriter to finish your book faster than you ever could on your own. It's easy to become a published author. Call Dorrance now to learn more. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. Call right now. That number is 800-485-6003.
If you or a loved one is suffering from a physical or emotional condition that has left you unable to work, then listen carefully. Take this number down. 800-593-7491. That's 800-593-7491. When you call, you'll speak with a Social Security disability expert and get a free evaluation to see if you may qualify for disability insurance benefits from the U.S. government. That's right, a monthly cash payment paid directly to you from the Social Security Administration. Whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied disability benefits, call now. The disability attorneys at Pinnacle Disability can help you build your case, file an appeal, and represent you at no upfront cost to you. Don't wait another minute to see if you may qualify for your Social Security disability benefits. Call Pinnacle Disability Group at 800-593-7491 for your free case evaluation. That's 800-593-7491. 800-593-7491. Call now.
Are you an active stock market investor? Well, then you know these 3 key words. Buy, sell, hold. Those 3 magic words can make or lose you money in the stock market. What if we can show you a time-tested tool that's been helping stock market investors succeed for over 30 years? It's called VectorVest, an amazing system designed to make smart investing easy. The VectorVest system analyzes, sorts, and ranks over 19,000 stocks every day and tells you when to buy, what to buy, and when to sell any stock to maximize your profits in less than 10 minutes a day. And if you call right now, you can test drive our amazing VectorVest system risk-free for 30 days for just $9.95.
800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. That's 800-584-2519.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Rod Carew has joined us here on Sports Byline USA, the Hall of Famer. Let me switch gears. Are you still involved in photography? Is it still something that piques your interest and you like to do, Rod?
Yes.
Okay.
Photography is still my hobby. I still love it.
Yeah, what was it that got you hooked? I mean, when we hear about the hobbies of athletes, we usually hear about fishing, hunting, golf, that sort of thing. You're the first person, and I remember this from our past conversation, first person I ever talked to who was an athlete that had this interest. Where did you get hooked on this?
Well, it's just to get myself away from baseball and to be able to go out and relax and enjoy myself. I needed some outlet, and so that's why I got into photography.
And what particular areas? Stills, motion, what area do you enjoy?
I do a lot of stills, believe it or not, young people, young kids playing soccer, playing baseball, to just getting the expressions on their faces and just watching them, just have fun.
Was it kind of your window to reality because the athlete, the major league athlete, really, in a sense, is taken care of because their luggage is carried for them, they're told where to be, they got buses and everything else? Was it a window to reality?
We're spoiled. Major league, I think athletes are spoiled, and I'm not the only one that would tell you this. So, yes, it is, and so you try to get away and do what you can instead of having someone else take care of you and do everything for you. So, with my photography, I can do a lot of changes from behind the lens, cut some parts of the picture out, take a horizontal shot, take a face shot, take a vertical shot, do whatever I want with the camera, and no one's going to do it for me.
Yeah. How about athletes and shooting them? Do you find that you capture something on film that you would not capture just by looking at it through your eyes?
Yeah, hitting. We all close our eyes sometimes. I took a sequence of shots of Fred Lynn, and he was making contact and his eyes were closed. And I remember during that sequence, he did hit a line drive and got a base hit. But most of the pictures that I take now, I just keep. If a friend comes over and sees something that he likes, I'll just hand it to them.
What do you see through the lens of a camera when you watch kids play sports that maybe most people just observing them playing a game would not see?
Well, I see the enjoyment they're having, the way that they're getting along with their friends, and I see future, what's ahead, what they might think be ahead for them in their future, which is baseball. And if I can touch on this for a minute,
sure.
You might see some of these youngsters with that gleam in their eyes, and they're thinking about the future, which is what the same thing Life Bank USA is trying to do. Think of their future by having their parents store the umbilical cord blood.
Do you think that kids today, as you observe them playing baseball, have the same enjoyment for the game that you did when you were a kid?
I think so. I see it a lot because I just went out and watched a couple of the kids in my neighborhood play in the playoff games, and they were just having a great time. So they were excited, and they were just having fun.
I asked that question, Rod, because one of the hot buttons for me is really youth sports and some of the problems that sports has had. Of course, with the congressional hearings that they had, and they talked about kids that get involved with steroids, and then you watch parents sometimes at Little League games and how they get out of control and everything. And I just wonder whether kids today really can go out and play the game for the sheer enjoyment of playing it.
I think if we keep the parents on the sidelines, keep them away from the dugouts, I think kids will be okay.
What do you see when you go out and you see that interaction between parents and kids at sporting events? What have you observed then?
I would like to drag a parent by the neck and just pull him off into the seats and just let the kids play, because I think let them enjoy it. Let them have fun doing it.
And what do you think is the reason why parents get out of control when it comes to sports?
Well, I think some of them are living their lives through the kids. They want the kids to make it so bad. You can't do that because children will change their mind some way along the line and might want to do something else.
Rod, you're the perfect person to get a perspective on this since you've been watching kids play sports, and particularly baseball. You know, the issue of steroids with them, you know, I tried to put my finger on why this happened because I played baseball as well, American Legion ball in Illinois, and kind of touring around on Saturday and Sundays and playing out in the middle of cornfields and all of that. And it was just the pure love of the game. What happened that changed the emphasis that kids would take this chance to do this sort of thing? Is that the trickle-down effect of hearing and seeing and thinking about, well, the pro athletes did it, I should do it?
No, Ron, I think trying to get that extra edge, instead of working with the ability that God gave them, they're trying to take a shortcut. They've seen Major League players do it, and they think they can do it, and they don't understand that in the long run it's not good for them.
Has the money and the perception of what it will bring you also been factored in?
Part of it.
Yeah, it is.
A great part in that.
And what can we do about that to change that perception and thought process, you think, Rod?
Well, the most important thing is I'm trying to spread the word right now about Life Bank USA and what they're doing. We, as parents and as coaches, have to spread the word to children about not using steroids.
Yeah.
How bad it is for them and what can happen with their health in the future.
Yeah, one of the things that bothered me about the congressional hearings, and I, again, posed this question in comments on this program, Rod, was the fact that you can blame the major leagues and the pro players all you want, but in the final analysis, I think it comes down to a parent being aware of what their kid is doing. I mean, you can't bury your head in the sand. Even if you don't know what to look for, you can still get information. And that's the problem that I have with this, because I think ultimately it is a parent's responsibility to know what their kid's doing in sports.
Oh, I really believe so, too, Ron. I think we have to take more interest in our children's lives and know everything that they're doing. You know, some parents don't want to butt in, but I think it's very important that we do. We have to lead them and guide them, and hopefully hope that with the good things that we teach them, that they will go on from there and learn from it and not mess their lives up.
I do want to ask you, when you take a look at players today and the way they hit and the way you hit, and I remember it being said that you could pick the rotation of the ball up out of the pitcher's hand when it left his hand. Who do you see around baseball today that, or have seen over in recent years, that you really admire from a hitting standpoint?
Well, I admire Alex Rodriguez because he uses the whole field to hit. He has an idea of hitting. I admire Suzuki from Seattle because he does the same thing. He's not trying to just hit home runs. He's trying to use the whole field to hit. And when you do that, then you're consistent, in trying to hit the baseball.
When you look at those players you named and yourself and others that have hit for high average, I think of George Brett, of course, the season that he flirted with 400. What is it that Tony Gwynn is another one? What is it about all of you that you consistently did that allowed you to hit for average the way you did?
Hard work and discipline, knowing what we can do and just staying within ourselves and doing it. We didn't try to do any more than we could. We knew ourselves as a player, what kind of player we are, what kind of hitter we are. So we stayed within those boundaries.
And is that also defined because I know in talking to some of the hitters, they've always said that if the ball's on the outside part of the plate, you don't try to pull it, you try to go the other way.
Well, you know what, Rob? The baseball tells you what you do. You don't tell the baseball what you're going to do with it. The baseball tells you where you're supposed to hit me, what you're supposed to try and do with me, and if you don't, then I'm going to make you take a long walk back to the dugout.
Is hitting as hard as it appears to be, or do batters make it harder than it actually is?
I think hitters make it harder than it actually is.
Can you explain that a little bit further for me, Rod?
Well, they try to do a lot of things at the plate. They try to guess with pitchers, and you can't guess. You just have to pick the baseball up, see what the baseball is doing, and react to what the baseball is doing. I think if you break it down and make hitting simple, it could be easier and it could be a lot more fun.
Also, do you find that the ballparks have changed how hitters hit, that they try to change their swing and their hitting to conform to the ballpark rather than staying and being the consistent hitter?
Well, baseball, they've made ballparks a lot smaller today, and I think hitters are trying to use that to their advantage. I think today, especially, you don't see the consistency in a lot of hitters because everyone is trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark instead of moving the ball around. There are certain players that know what they need to do and they do it, and then there are those that you might see hitting 220 or 230 that don't understand the concept of how to go about the right way of hitting.
If you'd like to join us right now, we will open up the rest of the lines around the country. You have a rare opportunity. Rod Carew is with us and with you tonight. So we'll break here, let you talk with Rod Carew, and we continue with Sports Byline.
Football and basketball seasons are in full swing. So get into the game with our exclusive sports betting partners, betonline.ag. Sign up today to receive your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit to start betting college or professional sports. Every spread, every total, every winner or loser. Straight bet, parlay, or tease your way through the season. You can even bet on wild proposition bets like who will win the NBA MVP. Get the fastest to market odds, updates, and payouts with our new sportsbook partners, betonline.ag. Head over to the website today or use your mobile device to join and use promo code COACH55. That's COACH55 to receive your 50% welcome bonus. BetOnline.ag, your online sportsbook experts.
The Home Depot has a secret recipe for new kitchen appliances. Up to 40% off appliance special buys, like a stainless steel Whirlpool kitchen package for only $19.98. You get a side-by-side refrigerator, electric range, dishwasher, microwave, and for a limited time, over $1,000 off. Guess the secret's out. Save now on a Whirlpool kitchen, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. U.S. only. Gas Extra. See store for details. Valid through February 26th.
When you're diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer,
A million questions flood your mind.
How can this be happening?
am I going to be able to work?
What's a subtype?
What do I do now?
We know.
We went through it too.
But once you start to understand your options,
You can partner with your doctor.
And find ways to face MBC on your own terms.
visit findyourmbcvoice.com and learn how to speak up and have a more informed conversation with your doctor.
Some questions have answers.
Visit findyourmbcvoice.com to find some of yours.
What's in store this week at your local Staples?
It's time to start fresh with nice new pens and notebooks.
There's no better time than now to get organized with help from Staples.
Because right now, a 12-pack of Bic Round Stick ballpoint pens is $149.
A 4-pack of Expo Dry Erase markers is $3.99.
And Staples comp books are only $1 each.
So make time to save on all your office essentials at Staples,
where there's a whole lot more in store.
In store only, ends 1/18/20. Valid on assorted SKUs while supplies last.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details. Need cash but have bad credit or maxed out cards? Now you can get a personal loan for up to $5,000, whatever your credit, with no paperwork. MoneyASAP.com is one of the nation's largest personal loan networks. If you have a checking account and a regular income source, you can get cash in your account as soon as tomorrow. Type this into your smartphone or computer address bar. www.moneyasap.com. That's moneyasap.com. moneyasap.com.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Rod Carew has joined us here on Sports Byline USA, the Hall of Famer.
I think a lot of people think you just come to the plate and swing the bat, but I mean you have shown that it is an art form here.
Well, it was a lot of work. Even though I was a good hitter when I was growing up as a youngster, I spent a lot of time in the batting cages, even after I got to the big leagues. Taking extra hitting 5-6 days of the week, if you're going to stay on top of your game, you have to do that.
Of all the things that you listed here that you teach, what would be the one, if you had to list 1, 2, and 3, the 3 most important things really to begin?
I think the most important thing, Ron, is having confidence, in yourself and knowing that you can hit. Most youngsters walk up to the plate and they're hoping that they're going to make contact with the ball. And so I try to teach the kids that when you walk up to home plate, you know you're going to hit. Even if you make an out, you've got to walk up there with the idea yourself that you're going to hit the ball hard someplace and get a base hit.
You know, one of the other things that I see that you teach is how to be a batting and hitting instructor. And off of what you just said, Rod, how many of these youngsters really get the wrong type of help when they're young?
I think majority of the youngsters get bad help. You know, it's nice for a parent to go out, a father to go out and work with a little league team, and because it's hard to get players that are people that are capable to work with the youngsters during the season. So parents volunteer, and instead of parents going someplace where they can learn more, they don't want to do this. They're teaching the kids a lot of bad habits, and I have to try and straighten them out.
Jeff Bemidji, Minnesota, you're first.
Yeah, hi, Rod.
How you doing, Jeff?
I was trying to think back. I think it was in 1969 when Billy Martin was manager, and I believe you stole home 7 times that year. What I want to know if that was year, and how many times did you get caught, if any, and why didn't you go for the record? Because I believe you tied a record, and I think you had several games left, and I just waited for you to break the record, and just kind of wondering why that never happened.
Well, 69, that was the year that I stole home 7 times, and it's something that Billy and I worked with during the course of the year because he felt that there were times that the hitters weren't hitting, and if we could steal a run to tie a game or put us ahead or win a ball game, why not gamble on it? And so we worked on it during spring training, and during that time, every time that I did it, I either helped tie the game, win a game, or put us ahead. But after I got after I'd stolen home 7 times, the 8th time I did it in Seattle, and I had the record, but the umpire made a bad call because the catcher dropped the ball, so he called me out, and Billy was furious about that. And never again did they let me take a lead off at third base. Every time I got on third base, they would always go from the stretch. So it's really hard to steal home plate from the stretch. From a windup, you can get a walk-in lead, time the pitcher's windup, and then break. But after I started doing it so much, they started holding me on.
How close a correlation is good hand-to-eye coordination to success at the plate?
It's important to have good eyes and hands coordination. Something that I try to tell kids to do a lot is to play racquetball or play table tennis because it helps with the eye and hand coordination. You're playing tennis or racquetball or ping pong, and you're constantly moving back and forth, keeping your eyes on the ball, and your hands, your hand and the paddle is moving at the same time. So it really helps to have good eyes and hands coordination when you hit.
Somebody once told me about you that part of your success, maybe even a large part of it, was the fact that you were able to pick up the rotation of the ball once it left a pitcher's hand. Was that true?
Well, most hitters, I think, in baseball are guest hitters, Ron, and I've always felt, you always hear coaches talk about the little window, point of delivery where a pitcher is going to release the pitch. And I think that hitters can learn by watching a pitcher's hand. It's not, it might sound far-fetched, but you can tell when pitchers are going to throw breaking balls because a lot of pitchers have to cock their arm before they release the pitch, to break the breaking ball off. When they're going to throw a fastball, they have to release the fastball further out front. Breaking ball, they release it a little bit further back. So if you can learn to watch a pitcher's hand, you can tell more or less what's going to be coming up to the plate, picking up the ball as soon as it's released, and following the movement of the pitch as it's approaching you as a hitter.
How much more difficult is it for a major league hitter today, Rod, because of the specialists that you have on a ball club as far as pitching? You got to go the guy that goes 5 innings, then you've got a middle reliever, and then you got a guy who sets up the closer. You're seeing different type of pitchers, different type of pitches.
Well, I think the toughest thing on a major league player or hitter today is not being able to stay in the lineup day in, day out because of the right-handed, left-handed bit. I think if you're a hitter and if you're going to hit against anyone that's thrown up there. But now, most managers are trying to go to the platoon system. And I think it's making hitters not complete hitters, but just more or less part-time hitters. And then when they do get thrown in there against certain left-handers or certain right-handers that they haven't played against, then they have problems. So I think the platoon system has really taken away a lot from the major league hitters.
Kennewick, Washington, for you, Gary.
Hello, Rod.
Hi.
I grew up in L.A. as a Dodger fan, so this is nothing personal, but you were one of my favorites.
Well, thank you.
My two questions real quick. I coach minor league and Major League Baseball and Little League. On your hitting, what is your feeling about using a pitching machine at that age, 10 to 12 years old?
I think it's great. I think if you can do some tee work with the youngsters and also use the pitching machine, it's good, because the more that they can hit, the more they can see the ball coming at them, and the more swings they can get, it'll give them a chance to develop the eye-hand coordination and also get the feel of the ball coming off the bat. So I do work with 9 and 10-year-old kids here at the school, and I make sure that they get a lot of hitting in during their half-an-hour session.
Okay, the other question is, in your school or that, do you have other kids throw a lot of practice to them so they get the feel of that speed of ball and where the ball is coming from?
Well, what I do here is I have different machines, and I don't have the automatic machines here. What we do is we have kids that feed the machines, so we can alter speeds, we can move the machines back and forth. Every other pitch can be a pitch on the inside part of the plate or the outside part of the plate, or we can go up and down. Compared to the automatic feeders, they're constantly seeing pitches down the middle. And during the course of a game, you're not going to see strikes all the time. Pitchers are going to hit the inside corner, outside corner, and try and throw the high hard one to you. So we move our machines around according to what I want to work on during the course of that lesson.
Let's go to Seattle. Daryl.
Hi, Rod. I always thought you were an extraordinary baseball player and a very fine baseball hitter. I was curious, do you have any plans in going into coaching in Major League Baseball?
Funny you should ask.
Funny you should ask. Well, I've been offered 4 coaching jobs so far this winter. My first offer is from the Minnesota Twins, and I've been working with the young
News team!
I'm getting a lot more satisfaction out of this, and I think I would get out of being in the big leagues. I'm trying to carve something here and out of these kids to make them future baseball players. Not only teach them how to hit, but try to talk to them about the problems that they might face if they decide to become a professional athlete.
Okay. One other question for you, or one comment. I really love the way you bunt that baseball. That was extreme art.
Well, it's a lost art, and I think if more players with speed would learn how to bunt, they could get a lot of base hits. And it's funny you're talking about bunts. I just had a kid by the name of Alex Cole with the Cleveland Indians. He was brought up for about 8 weeks during the season and stole 40 bases. The Indians sent him out here for about a week for me to work with his bunting, bunting for bases down the third base line and also dragging towards the first base line. And we bunted close to 600 to 700 balls a day. We worked 3 hours a day, and that's all we did. And we didn't swing the bat. All we did was work on his bunting because this kid has tremendous speed. So hopefully, if he works on what we did here during that week, he could add maybe 35 to 40 hits on his batting average this year.
Thank you very much.
Rod, let me ask you a question concerning coaching Major League hitters as far as hitting. We've always heard that it's awfully hard for a great player to be a manager because he has such a high expectation of himself, and he may carry that over into the players. How about yourself? I mean, there's no doubt about your hitting capability. Would you get frustrated with a guy who just could not do it?
No, I wouldn't. What I would do is continue working with him. I don't like to give up, and I don't feel like I would give up on any hitter. If we can't do things one way, then we can try and experiment with different things so that he can get comfortable and find some comfort as far as his hitting goes. You can't just lock into one thing all the time and expect it to work for certain people, but I like to work around things. If a hitter can't do something the way I would like him to do it, then I'm going to try and see if we can find some other way where we can make it comfortable for him to achieve what he's trying to do.
Are today's Major League players as approachable as, say, 10, 15 years ago?
I don't think so. I don't think that they are. I don't think that, to be quite honest with you, I don't think that they put enough work into it.
Why is that? I mean, obviously somebody who is able to become good and proficient can make an awful lot of money today.
Well, Ron, I at times, I never want to ever say this, but I think the game has changed. I think money has really made a difference I think, in players' attitudes. It's being a former player. I'm all for the guys and what they're doing and how much money they're making. And I think that if they are going to make the kind of money that they're making, I think that they should, take a little bit more pride in themselves and work a little bit harder at their profession. Not too many of us are given the opportunity or the chance to play this game. So when you do get that opportunity, work at it and enjoy it. It's like Campanella says, it's still a little boy's game.
Yeah, you're right. Dwayne, you're on with Rod Carew from Grand Forks, North Dakota.
Rod, you're a great player. You provide a lot of thrills for us up here in the upper Midwest. And although you didn't autograph the ball, you gave me a ball at the old Met Stadium here many, many years ago. I guess it was the last year that Hank Aaron was on the tour in the American League.
Well,
and for that, I thank you.
You're quite welcome, sir.
You're a great hitter, and a buddy of yours is just done with the coaching business now. The hitting coach for the Twins, Tony Oliva, has accepted another capacity. Do you have any observations on that?
Well, when the Twins called and offered me the job to be their hitting instructor, that's the first thing that came to my mind. Tony's was my roommate for 9 years, and I felt like I would have been taking something away from someone that I cared about tremendously, and so I told the Twins about that. I said, I don't want to take Tony's job, but Tony later called me and talked to me and said, if they're offering you the job, he says, don't feel bad because we're friends and you're going to replace me. I ended up not taking the job, and I'm still at home.
Larry, quickly, you're in Berkeley, California.
Hi, yeah, Rod.
Hi.
Hi, yeah, my cousin Jeremy, he's a big fan of yours, and he grew up watching you and hitting you. I wish I was, but I was a little bit too young. Quick question, anyways. Who was your favorite player? Who did you admire while you were growing up?
When I was growing up, I didn't have any one player. I admired DiMaggio, Mantle, Mays, Jackie Robinson, Campanella, because to me they were the ultimate players. So when I was a youngster, there wasn't any one certain player that I admired. I admired those guys because when they went out there to play the game, they played hard.
Of all the things that you did during your career and all the successes that you had, when you finally walked away from the game some 5 years ago, in reflection, which was the thing that meant the most to you?
Well, as I think I've said this before, I think playing in my first All-Star game at Angel Stadium, because it was something that, I was a youngster watching Willie Mays and Hank Aaron and Ernie Banks, and next thing you know, I am a 21-year-old kid playing in my first All-Star game alongside some legends. So, that's something I think that has stood out in my mind over, the last 25 years and the last 19 years that I played the game. People have wondered if the 3,000 hit was something that, because it was such a milestone. It wasn't something that I set out to do, and it's something that happened, so that would have to be the second on the list.
Thank you for everything that you not only gave to the game on the field, but also what you gave off the field. I have thoroughly enjoyed tonight, and I hope that you'll come back and talk with us on another show once again. Thank you for being so candid, Rod.
Well, Ron, thanks for having me on again.
Okay, and come back and visit with us again.
Okay.
Rod Carew with us, and again, his career batting average over 19 years, .328, and believe it or not, he hit over 300 for 15 consecutive years. We'll break here, come back on the other side, and we continue with Sports Byline.
Rebuild or replace transmission, $3,200. Anti-lock brake system, $1,000. Rebuild or replace engine, $2,400. Truth is, once your manufacturer's warranty runs out, it's all on you. Every last cent. Get protection for covered repairs with a vehicle service contract from Toco Warranty. Unlike other companies, with Toco, there's no down payment, and the monthly payments are really affordable. Not sure how long you're keeping your car? At Toco, you can pay as you go. Keep your hard-earned cash and call Toco Warranty right now at 800-222-2313 to save big money on covered auto repairs. Prices vary by vehicle, but for about the cost of a tank of gas per month, a Toco plan has your back on on expensive covered car repairs. Monthly payments are very affordable. Get your free quote now. Call Toco at 800-222-2313. That's 800-222-2313. 800-222-2313. Cancellation fee may apply, subject to eligibility. Not available in Missouri and Washington. Waiting period and deductible apply. Coverage provided and administered by Warrantech Corporation or its affiliates. Not affiliated with any manufacturer or dealership. Visit tocowarranty.com for complete terms and conditions.
Remember in the beginning, when you first started to build a life for you and your family? You never imagined it would come to this. Instead of living your dreams, you're living with debt. In fact, it's smothering you. Now there's a way you can take back control with one simple call. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you qualify to receive a free, no-obligation consultation on how to get rid of that debt for good. Call the Debt Helpline now. We work on your behalf to reduce your debt. We specialize in credit cards, retail store cards, and medical bills. One simple call is all it takes to get the ball rolling to a debt-free life. Stop living with debt and start living your dreams. Call the Debt Helpline now.
800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. That's 800-957-6063.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Clapper, Chief of Orthopedic Surgery at Cedars-Sinai Medical Group in Los Angeles, California. Dedicated to your health, your life, and your sports. As a weekend warrior, you know about sports injuries and pain. Exercise is an important element in keeping your body's core in good shape to minimize sports injuries. But when you are in pain, there is one product that I recommend to my patients, and that is Blue Goo Gel. Blue Goo consists of a proprietary formula developed specifically for the treatment of inflammation and general muscle aches and strains. I recommend Blue Goo for my patients coping with hip and knee pain before surgery, especially bursitis and tendinitis. Give Blue Goo a try. Call 1-888-330-0123 and you'll receive a 1-week supply of Blue Goo absolutely free. The makers of Blue Goo are even paying the shipping. The number again is 1-888-330-0123. If you want more information on Blue Goo, visit online at www.dothegoo.com.
Now available at select Big 5 stores near you.
This is America's Sports Talk Show. Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Baseball Hall of Famer Rod Carew with us and you this hour on Sports Byline. And it was once said about Rod that he was so good at hitting that he could pick up the rotation of the ball out of his hand. And one of the things that Kenny Holtzman, a former pitcher in baseball, said, he has an uncanny ability to move the ball around as if the bat were some kind of magic wand. So again, I hope you enjoyed the hour that we spent with Hall of Famer Rod Carew. Guests on Sports Byline receive Tiger Woods' PGA Tour from EA Sports. With Tiger Proofing, you can increase the difficulty of every hole by narrowing fairways, deepening bunkers, speeding up greens, and much more. So be a legend with Tiger Woods' PGA Tour. EA Sports, it's in the game. I'm Ron Barr. Nice to have you with us on America's Sports Talk Show.
Guests of Sports Byline receive a Tickets Now gift card. Recipients can select an event that's just right for them. TicketsNow.com is the world's largest and most secure marketplace for premium sports, concerts, and theater tickets. Check out TicketsNow.com.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,562. Silver at $18.12. And Bitcoin is trading around $8,132. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, while corporate media in the United States has been fixated on events in Iran, specifically the recent admission from Iran that Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752 was accidentally shot down by its military, other equally, if not more important news, has largely been ignored or glossed over during the growing tit-for-tat conflict between the two countries. According to Tolo News, a drone strike targeting a top commander in the Taliban killed him along with around 60 civilians in Afghanistan. Locals have called the attack that involved 4 armed drones a mistake, despite officials from Afghanistan's Ministry of Defense reporting that the strike was coordinated between U.S. forces and the Defense Ministry. The Pentagon's confirmation of the attack was published in the U.S. military publication Stars and Stripes. In an article titled "Airstrike in Western Afghanistan Kills Leader of Taliban Splinter Group, May Have Killed Civilians." Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. A Walmart supercenter in Salem, New Hampshire has been the first store to test a new kind of technology that will use robots to collect grocery items for online order fulfillment. Activist Post reports that Walmart is one of the largest companies in the world by revenue, with at least 2.3 million employees in the U.S., and has seen rapid increases in labor costs that are forcing unwanted margin compression. The solution offered by C-suite executives has been a pilot program of automating a warehouse in Salem with the goal of deploying robots to eliminate employees and save costs. The new robot is called AlphaBot, and it's 10 times faster than a human worker. That would increase productivity in the warehouse, driving down the need for new hires during peak holiday periods when orders increase. AlphaBot operates inside a 20,000 square foot warehouse that retrieves refrigerated and frozen items ordered for online grocery. A court in Guatemala City released indigenous journalist and activist Francisco Lucas Pedro on January 3rd, after he spent 13 days in detention since his arrest. According to the police, he is accused of terrorism and arson, but human rights groups say the arrest was illegal. Activist Post reports that back in 2012, a criminal court had issued an arrest warrant against Lucas, based on a complaint made by World Bank founder Esoner Hydraulia Energia. This is the Spanish firm behind Hidro Santa Cruz, the company that wanted to build a controversial water dam on the Quambalam River, considered sacred. Lucas was an active participant in the civic movement against the dam, whose construction the company eventually canceled following 8 years of protests, court battles, and international pressure. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Where? In your house, on your computer, even on your smartphone for one low price. With National Programming Service, you can. That's right, for one low price, so low we can't publish it, you can take your favorite sports anywhere, anytime with you. And we even give you free installation and free premium movie channels. Don't wait. Call National Programming Service right now. You could be up and running and watching your favorite sports and shows in just a few hours. Remember, call in the next 10 minutes and ask about our special radio offer and learn about free installation. Call right now.
800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. That's 800-470-7113.
Live, worldwide, Sports Byline USA. And here's host Ron Barr.
And glad you could join us for this hour of Sports Byline USA. This is going to be a very special hour for us, and I hope you find it to be so as well. Julie Foudy is in the studio with us, former U.S. women's national team midfielder. She was a four-time All-American at Stanford, went on to play for the U.S. women's national team for 17 years. She won the soccer gold medal at the Atlanta and Athens Olympic Games and won a silver medal at the Sydney Games. And she's a two-time Women's World Cup champion, winning it in 91 and 99, and she's been inducted into the National Soccer Hall of Fame, and deservedly so. And, of course, you've seen her as an analyst, a reporter, and primary color commentator for women's soccer telecasts on ESPN. But she has a book out, and we're going to talk about the book and about her career. She's a very insightful person. I've talked to her many times before, but this book came out, and I kind of smiled when I saw it come across my desk. It's called Choose to Matter, Your Guide to Being Courageously and Fabulously You. So we'll talk to her about that. Also, I don't know whether you saw it, but it was one of the best documentaries I've seen on sports. It was an HBO documentary called Dare to Dream, the story of the U.S. women's soccer team. And following the 2004 Olympic Games, Foudy joined her fellow soccer icons Mia Hamm, Joy Fawcett, and Brandi Chastain in a 10-game farewell tour that marked the end of what really the media labeled the golden era of U.S. women's soccer. And, of course, you've seen her as a reporter for ESPN's investigative program Outside the Lines. And so we're going to spend the hour talking to her about her life and about her career and about the things that really touched her along the way and what she has to say, not only for women in this book, Choose to Matter, but also for people in general, because this could be applied to just about anybody out there. You can do something that makes a difference. And I know I was a soccer player at the MLS level back in the 70s when that was the pro league in the United States. And it didn't get off the ground, the men's game. But I got to tell you, I've loved soccer since I was a young kid and growing up with it. So as I watch this game develop in this country, and then I watch it also develop with the women's team, what they have done has been extraordinary, and it should be celebrated in any way possible. So if you have a daughter or if you have even a son, take them out to a women's soccer game sometime. We're ready to crank it up. We're going to be talking soccer with Julie Foudy on Sports Byline.
This is an urgent health notice for all residents suffering from back, neck, knee, and wrist pain. You may qualify for a pain-relieving brace at little or no cost to you, but the deadline is fast approaching. Simply call the Health Alert Hotline now.
You heard right. You may qualify for a pain-relieving back, neck, knee, or wrist brace. These items may even be covered by Medicare or your private insurance. The Health Alert Hotline is your brace company. These specialized braces have been tested for pain relief. Call us toll-free right now to determine your eligibility and to learn how to use your private insurance or Medicare to minimize your out-of-pocket cost. Don't wait. If the deadline passes, you may lose your opportunity to get a pain-relieving back, neck, knee, or wrist brace at little or no cost to you.
800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. That's 800-430-9571.
Money Now 100 is not a lender, broker, or agent of any lender or financial advisor. We do not make loans or credit decisions. You must be 18 years or older and a U.S. resident to qualify. This is not an offer or solicitation to lend. I went to MoneyNow100.com and got the $5,000 I needed deposited in my account the next business day. If you need money for any reason, help is here. Go to MoneyNow100.com and get the money you need. Need to pay off credit card debt? Go to MoneyNow100.com. Need your car car repaired? Need home improvement money? Visit MoneyNow100.com. If you need fast cash for any reason, go to MoneyNow100.com. Good, bad, or no credit at all. Go to MoneyNow100.com. You could get up to $5,000 as soon as the next business day. Go to MoneyNow100.com on your phone, tablet, or computer. Type in the address bar MoneyNow100.com. That's MoneyNow100.com.
Football and basketball seasons are in full swing. So get into the game with our exclusive sports betting partners, betonline.ag. Sign up today to receive your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit to start betting college or professional sports. Every spread, every total, every winner or loser. Straight bet, parlay, or tease your way through the season. You can even bet on wild proposition bets like who will win the NBA MVP. Get the fastest to market odds, updates, and payouts with our new sportsbook partners, betonline.ag. Head over to the website today or use your mobile device to join and use promo code COACH55. That's COACH55 to receive your 50% welcome bonus. betonline.ag, your online sportsbook experts.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
A good friend joins me in the studio, Julie Foudy, former U.S. national team midfielder, and she was a four-time All-American at Stanford, and she went on to play for the U.S. women's national team for 17 years, where she won the soccer gold medal at the Atlanta Games as well as the Games in Athens, and also a silver medal at the Sydney Games. And she's a two-time Women's World Cup champion, and she's been inducted into the National Soccer Hall of Fame. And she's an analyst, reporter, and you see her as a primary color commentator for women's soccer telecasts on ESPN. But more importantly, she has written another book, and this is an outstanding book that I think everyone should read. It's called Choose to Matter, Your Guide to Being Courageously and Fabulously You.
Courageously and fabulously you.
Did you sit around all night with a glass of wine and think that one up?
Exactly. That was the 500th title I gave them as a choice. Courageously and fabulously you. You must say it like that, Ron.
There's got to be some music with it, too. I mean, if we're going to do it, let's do it big time.
That's right. Exploding graphic.
You've heard all the things in the introduction, and I often, when I talk to people that have done a lot in their life and in sports, I always wonder what is the most important thing of everything that I said in introducing you that means the most to you.
That's a great question. Right now, I actually just said this the other day to someone. I'm like, I am more proud of the fact that I am an author over any gold medal, World Cup championship, because I guess because I never just, it's always been kind of a bucket list item, but I never thought I would write a book, and to finally be called an author, I'm like, yeah, that's right. I'm an author. I am an author. I tell my kids, a very important author.
It's like getting the title doctor.
Right.
Don't call me Dr. Jones. I mean, Jones. Call me Dr. Jones now.
Dr. Jones, Dr. Foudy. Yeah, it was fun. And it's thankfully, I never wanted to write an autobiography because that white kid from Orange County is not very exciting, from suburban Orange County. But, and I never wanted to write like a sporty X's and O book. So that's why I think I'm super pumped about this, because it's a life book. Hopefully it's a, hey, look, I'm gonna get you out of your comfort zone, because I was surrounded by these awesome teammates who helped me do that and be courageous and do things I never thought I could do. And if I can be that voice and I can interview women in the book to help you get there, then I think that's, one of the most important things in my life I've ever done.
One of the things that I have found in talking to people and talking to athletes in particular is the fact that you got to go back to where they grew up, how they grew up, what were the early influences in their lives that really molded them into what they are. Let me ask you that question, because it's a legitimate, I know, white girl from Orange County, but there had to be more to it than just that.
Well, it's interesting because the catalyst to so much in this book was that I grew up thinking that, leadership was a very linear thing, and it was positional, and it was a narrow definition, and you had to be a president or a politician or a celebrity or someone in a position of power to make a difference. And then as I got older and I got surrounded by these amazing women on the U.S. team, I realized that, gosh, my definition of leadership is so narrow and wrong. It's not, because what I was reading in history books was, a white man or a tall, a guy on a horse with a tall hat and a sword. And I wasn't going to be a general, a 5-star general, and I didn't look like, the men I was reading about in history books. So all of a sudden I looked around and realized, wow, leadership is so diverse, and it's different, and it's quiet, and it's loud, it's cerebral, it's emotional. It's all these things, and that you just have to figure out what you are, what is authentically your style, because that's what people want to follow. And that was really an epiphany for me, I think, when I was growing up, to see, a Mia Hamm who hated the spotlight and didn't want to be this, person in the middle of the huddle pounding her chest. That wasn't her, right? But that's what I thought a leader was. And then I watched her in action and the way she led in such a personal way. And I realized you need all of that for a team to come together or for a group to be successful.
Why soccer? Why did you gravitate in that direction?
I was that hyperactive child that liked to be around people and move. And so those two fit, right? A team sport, lots of running. And it wasn't actually, nowadays it's like, I remember when my kids were 6 years old and people were like, why don't you have them in soccer yet? They're 6. How dare you as a bad mother not put them in? They're missing out on quality years. I'm like, they're going to be fine. So it wasn't actually until college that I just focused on soccer. I grew up playing everything, basketball, softball, volleyball, tackle football. But soccer was the one I always kept coming back to. I'd be out on, the front lawn juggling the soccer ball or doing little moves or kicking it against the garage door. And I do think it was that real team element. I was on the same team, the mighty Soccerettes, for 10 years. And I love that. They were still, to this day, they're some of my best friends.
Tell me about the development of your identity, your personal identity, because when kids are growing up, they have to deal with a lot of things they're not prepared to deal with, and we hear a lot about bullying and everything. But for a woman in particular, finding that identity is really a challenge.
Yes, that's chapter 9, Ron. Awkward is awesome, because that was totally me. And really, I mean, I joke about it now, but in high school, I had short hair that was so crazy thick that I was convinced it would grow up and defy gravity. Right? It would actually grow into the air 5 feet. So I didn't want to grow out my hair because I didn't want hair growing up 5 feet. So I wore these big hoop earrings so people knew I was a girl, because my friends called me Jimmy, my brother's friends. They all call me Jimmy. I looked like a little boy because I was always in my soccer gear. I had a concave chest, so that never helps. And so I think that if I could have learned earlier that it's going to be okay. You're going to get through this phase. It's going to be awkward, but awkward is what, helps you grow and you stumble. But it wasn't until, probably in my 20s that I started to actually embrace awkward and celebrate that, you know what? Yes, I am awkward, and that's okay because it's different, and let's celebrate different, and that's a great thing.
What was the aha moment for you?
Yeah, I don't know if I had one. I think I just realized I finally got the confidence in my 20s, post-college, to be like, who cares, right? Why am I worrying about this stuff? Who cares? And I think probably that coincided with, being surrounded by these really strong women, on my different various teams, whether it was my Stanford soccer team or the national team, that started to just live as they wanted to live.
So soccer was your comfort zone?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Who in that group, that early group, did you really assimilate a little bit from?
Well, Mia, to this day is still a dear friend. The other captain on the team, our captain for many years, Carla Overbeck, who is just this incredible human being who led with this wonderful tone. Coaches are always telling, the athletes, you need to be more vocal. You need to speak up more. And then you get the kid that, everyone wants to put on earmuffs because they can't handle how much they're talking and the way they're talking or the negativity in which they're talking. And yet Carla had this incredible ability to light a fire under you or motivate you in a special way. And then Christine Lilly was another one. She was one of those players that you wanted to clone them because they just, every time they came in, they were fit and it was never about her. Everything she did was understated, and yet she was so consistently great. Brandy Chastain, who was this Energizer bunny, and you just love the contagious energy she brought to everything. And so I was constantly around these different types, too, because because Christine Lilly was very quiet, Mia quiet, Brandy, so effusive and gregarious, and watching them and learning from them was, I feel like, such a gift in my life.
When it came to the soccer, I always ask athletes, because I'm interested in, when was that moment you knew you could play at the next level, that you really thought you were good enough to be able to do that? And I know when it comes to baseball pitchers, question I always am fascinated with the answer is, when did you become a pitcher instead of a thrower?
Right.
Because there is a difference between the two.
Yeah, interesting. I would say my 10th year on the national team was when I realized I could play at this level. It took me 10 years of actually being on the national team where I was like, okay, yeah, I belong. I can do this.
Did you ever have any self-doubt?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
How did you
talk
deal with
a lot
that?
about that in the book, about it, strategies to get out of that feeling of discomfort and being okay with it. And once you're okay with it, I mean, one of the things this woman in the book, Dr. Colleen Hacker, tells me about a lot is, I used to say to her, Colleen, she worked with our national team for many years. I have these terrible butterflies and I don't like them because I get into a game and I'm doubting myself. And then I just go into this downward spiral. And she said, one of the most transformational things, she said, butterflies are a great thing. And I said, why? No, they're not. Why do you say that? And she said, because they mean you care. You're invested. You emotionally are into that. And that is a great thing. Never wish for the butterflies to leave. She said, now just teach them to fly in formation. And I was like, how do you do that? So in the book, we give a ton of different strategies. And I actually wore this hairband where I'd snap it. During a game, it was like a physical motion to snap me out of it. And then once I learned that, it's amazing how quickly my confidence then followed. It really did work.
Very fascinating conversation with a very talented woman, but a very interesting woman as well. And again, I want you to check out this book. It's called Choose to Matter, Your Guide to Being Courageously and Fabulously You. We'll talk more about her career. We'll talk more about this book. We do that as we continue across the country and around the world. We've got you on America's Sports Talk Show.
It has been said that everyone has a book in them. But do you have the time or the ability to write your book? Maybe you picked up some skills or had a life experience that you want to pass on in the form of a book to help others. Maybe you want to leave an autobiography for your family. Or maybe you've built a successful business and you want to share your story. At Dorrance Publishing Company, we have professional writers who can help turn your book idea into a finished manuscript quickly and affordably. A Dorrance ghostwriter can provide as much or as little help as you need to complete your book. You'll work directly with your ghostwriter to finish your book faster than you ever could on your own. It's easy to become a published author. Call Dorrance now to learn more. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. Call right now. That number is 800-485-6003.
If you or a loved one is suffering from a physical or emotional condition that has left you unable to work, then listen carefully. Take this number down. 800-593-7491. That's 800-593-7491. When you call, you'll speak with a Social Security disability expert and get a free evaluation to see if you may qualify for disability insurance benefits from the U.S. government. That's right, a monthly cash payment paid directly to you from the Social Security Administration. Whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied disability benefits, call now. The disability attorneys at Pinnacle Disability can help you build your case, file an appeal, and represent you at no upfront cost to you. Don't wait another minute to see if you may qualify for your Social Security disability benefits. Call Pinnacle Disability Group at 800-593-7491 for your free case evaluation. That's 800-593-7491. 800-593-7491. Call now.
Are you an active stock market investor? Well, then you know these three key words: buy, sell, hold. Those three magic words can make or lose you money in the stock market. What if we can show you a time-tested tool that's been helping stock market investors succeed for over 30 years? It's called VectorVest, an amazing system designed to make smart investing easy. The VectorVest system analyzes, sorts, and ranks over 19,000 stocks every day and tells you when to buy, what to buy, and when to sell any stock to maximize your profits in less than 10 minutes a day. And if you call right now, you can test drive our amazing Vector Vest system risk-free for 30 days for just $9.95.
800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. That's 800-584-2519.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Julie Foudy has joined us here on Sports Byline. If you know anything about soccer, anything about sports, anything about women's athletics, then you certainly know that name, former U.S. national team midfielder. One of the things I've always interested in is leadership and also, I guess, the cohesiveness of a team. Every time I'm in spring training, invariably the media will ask, well, where's the leadership going to come on this team?
Right.
And I'm sure you've heard that a lot of times as well. And what makes it fascinating about the time that you played, the teams that you played on, the athletes that you had is you can't be successful unless you've got a strong ego. Mm-hmm. And I'm just wondering how you blend those egos into a team situation, because everybody thinks my way of doing it is the best way.
Right. And you want that ego, right? Because it makes the team better. So I never am a fan of tapping down the ego in terms of that competitive drive, which I think people go, wait, but you always talk about team chemistry. I'm like, yeah, you need both, right? But at the end of the day, the we has to be greater than the me, right? And so we had egos on the team, and we had personalities, big personalities, and competitiveness, and that's what drives the team to be so good. But at the end of the day, when I look back over the teams that won Olympics, won World Cups, the common denominator without fail is always that. Down to the 20th player, the last player on the bench, or the last player on the roster, that person got that the we was greater than the me.
Yeah, they cared about the team more than they did their individual self.
Even if they're, they want to be on the field, but I look down and I always tell kids, look at footage of us when we score in the 99 World Cup and look at the bench. They'll flash to the bench and you'll notice that every single player is up cheering and going crazy. Not just like, hey, that's awesome. They are going crazy because they really were into it. They were celebrating. We were celebrating each other. It was about the team doing well. Yeah, they wanted to be out there, but the team had to do well.
You played in a lot of matches, and when I talk to golfers, and I'll ask them the difference between a stop on the PGA Tour or a woman on the LPGA Tour, but the difference between that and the British Open, the Masters. Let me ask you the same question. The difference between a typical match and World Cup match, also Olympic match as well. What are the dynamics that are different from just a regular match?
Yeah. Oh, it's what you live for. By the end of my career, I was like, if I'm not playing a World Cup or an Olympic match, then I'm not interested. It was terrible. It's like, I'm done. That's when I knew I was like, I'm done. I only want Olympics from here on out. Everything else I'm not interested in. It's funny because a dear friend of ours, Billie Jean King, who said to me before the 99 World Cup, I must have been saying to her, and Billie, as you know, became a huge mentor for our national team. And I must have been saying before the 99 World Cup, gosh, there's so much pressure because we're playing in these huge stadiums and we've promised that we're going to fill them up and that people are going to come and we don't know. And then what happens if we don't win? Because then people aren't going to come and we're worried about that. And she looked at me and she goes, Foudy, pressure is a privilege. and her Billie Jean King roar, right? And I was like, you're right, it is a privilege. What am I saying? This is great. She's like, you've done the work. Go out there and enjoy it, embrace it. Pressure is a privilege. And that became our mantra for the entire 99 World Cup. We'd roar, pressure is a privilege. People would kill to be in the spot. Go enjoy it.
I'll tell you a funny story about her. I was doing a senior event out in Hawaii, and it was a doubles event. She was one of the doubles players, and the other one, I can't recall who it was. But Billie Jean called her off of a lob, and she hit it. And, of course, in Hawaii, the wind and everything. And she hit it, and on the fly, it hit the fence at the end of the court. And her partner dropped her racket and said, I could have done that, too. And, it was just the funniest thing. The other one was Rosie Casals. Well, we're in Detroit, and, again, Billie Jean was up there. She was playing doubles with Rosie Casals against, it was a kind of an exhibition against two men's play. And John Alexander from Australia,
hits the ball, or no, Billie Jean hit the ball, and it went right between John Alexander's legs, and he looked down, pulled his shorts out a little bit, and you heard Rosie say, "John, if it's not hurt, don't worry about it."
Carry on, John.
Rosie,
she's a gem too.
Yeah, when you think about the big events that you did play in, each one I'm sure was different from a personality standpoint, from a competitive standpoint as well. What are the ones that really you never will ever forget? Those moments.
Yeah. I used to think like, oh gosh, that's the best one I'm ever going to play in for a World Cup. And then I'd get to the next Olympics. I'd be like, oh, this one was better. So they continually got better. And especially, the Olympics are so different. The 3 Olympics I played in, I didn't realize in our very first Olympics when the very first time women's soccer was ever in the Olympics was in 96, and we're here in the States. And we didn't realize it because we'd never been to Olympics. What a gift that is to be playing in your home country for the first ever women's soccer event. And then we go and win it in front of, 80,000 out in Athens, Georgia that year. And I never thought we could top that. And then what's next? The 99 World Cup where, we win it at the Rose Bowl and Brandy gets naked in front of 90,000, and no one thought we could do that. And then our last Olympics in Greece, in Athens, we're playing Brazil. And we knew Mia and I were retiring, and the team knew this Joy Fawcett was retiring. We knew this was our last run. And I had said to my husband, if we don't win this, then I'm going to apologize right now because you're going to be married to a woman that you're not going to want to be with for the next 40 years of your life. I can't even say the word I used, but it was the B word. And you do not want to be around this woman if we do not win this. And really, we played a game we probably shouldn't have beat Brazil in the 2004 final, and then we go on and win it, with the Abby Wambach header. So I kiss Abby's forehead all the time to this day, but that, each one you go, gosh, it was so different and special in its own way. But there is something really magical to the Olympics. And to be able to play in 3 is just I feel so blessed.
About the spontaneity of 99, of course, with what Brandy did. And I just wonder, in retrospect, does everybody feel unanimously that it was something that should have happened? It was good to happen. I know it wasn't planned, per se.
I will say, Ron, at the moment, I was like, oh, no, I'm going to have to answer this question now for the rest of my life. Brandy, put your top on, sister. Because, at the moment, everyone was like, oh, you're just popular because, you guys are attractive, or, they had a million reasons. You're good looking, or you're like the next door neighbor that. And I was like, no, we're probably popular because we're winning. We're damn good is why we're popular. And it helps that we're humble and normal and not paid $1 million each. But no, I mean, the thing is, as you know, right, in soccer, you celebrate. And Brandy was one of those soccer nerds, right? She grew up watching every game. In men's soccer, they ripped the jersey off when they celebrate. And they used to twirl it around their head. And that was kind of a soccer celebration. So for her, and she still says it today, it was just so instinctive. That's what you did. As a kid, you rip your jersey off. So no, I love that image. And thank God it wasn't me with my love handles on the front of, a bunch of magazines.
Let me ask you about 96, because out of the 96 World Cup, it was believed that was going to be the launching pad for women's soccer in this country.
Right.
And it didn't happen. And I don't know why it didn't happen.
Yeah. It's so frustrating. I was just talking about this the other day with Mike and Mike, that it's especially because the images you get from that, right? 90,000, and it's it took over the country for the summer, and I thought, gosh, this is going to be the catalyst that's needed, not just in women's sports, but specifically in women's soccer, because the challenge we have in women's soccer is we have so many girls playing in the States, but globally still to this day, it's very unusual for women's programs to be supported by their countries. It's a man's sport, and it should be for men, and we're not going to support our women playing. And so I thought, this will transform the world. And still to this day, I can count on 2 hands the amount of countries that support their women's program appropriately or well. And so that has been frustrating. I mean, I think it was good for this country to show the potential, but the fact that it happened so slowly and is still happening so slowly, I agree, is very frustrating.
We've got about a minute left before we have to break again. And when I think about where women's soccer is today, I still don't understand why it hasn't grown. I know you gave some insight with that answer, but is there anything that can be done about the women's game that can increase the popularity of it?
Globally, I mean, the nice thing is here, this team is so popular, and
Right.
we're seeing, a great amount of interest, even in non-World Cup years and Olympic years, and that's encouraging. But globally, I think, is really the challenge, and you still have a lot of countries where, they just, and whether it's I don't think it's even a conscious bias. It's more this is how we've always been, right? Culturally, we're, men play, not women. But the reason I have always advocated for it is we know, sports transforms communities. If you can get girls playing from a young age, I think your community is a stronger place. And that's why I've always been an advocate of Title IX. And as much as we can get other countries thinking that way as well, I think just the world's a better place.
Yeah, and about 20 seconds, I also think it's because men are fearful that they're going to lose control in the certain cultures. I'm going to be honest with you, having gone to the Middle East.
Yeah, that they're fearful of strong women.
Yep.
Because that's what sports create, not just physically, but I think it gives you a foundation for being a strong human being in life, which is what I love.
And self-confidence as well.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about this wonderful book in our next segment. It's called Choose to Matter, Your Guide to Being Courageously and Fabulously You. And again, I want to urge everyone to check out this book because there are some, and you're going to hear some of the stories of the people that are in this book. Julie Foudy with us in the studio, again, former U.S. national team midfielder, and won 2 gold medals at the Olympics. We continue with more of you and Sports Byline.
Football and basketball seasons are in full swing. So get into the game with our exclusive sports betting partners, betonline.ag. Sign up today to receive your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit to start betting college or professional sports. Every spread, every total, every winner or loser. Straight bet, parlay, or tease your way through the season. You can even bet on wild proposition bets like who will win the NBA MVP. Get the fastest to market odds, updates, and payouts with our new sportsbook partners, betonline.ag. Head over to the website today or use your mobile device to join and use promo code COACH55. That's COACH55 to receive your 50% welcome bonus. BetOnline.ag, your online sportsbook experts.
The Home Depot has a secret recipe for new kitchen appliances. Up to 40% off appliance special buys, like a stainless steel Whirlpool kitchen package for only $19.98. You get a side-by-side refrigerator, electric range, dishwasher, microwave, and for a limited time, over $1,000 off. Guess the secret's out. Save now on a Whirlpool kitchen, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. U.S. only, gas extra, see store for details, valid through February 26th.
When you're diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer,
A million questions flood your mind.
How can this be happening?
am I going to be able to work?
What's a subtype?
What do I do now?
We know.
We went through it too.
But once you start to understand your options,
You can partner with your doctor.
And find ways to face MBC on your own terms.
visit findyourmbcvoice.com and learn how to speak up and have a more informed conversation with your doctor.
Some questions have answers.
Visit findyourmbcvoice.com to find some of yours.
What's in store this week at your local Staples?
It's time to start fresh with nice new pens and notebooks.
There's no better time than now to get organized with help from Staples.
Because right now, a 12-pack of Bic Round Stick Ballpoint pens is $149.
A 4-pack of Expo Dry Erase Markers is $3.99.
And Staples comp books are only $1 each.
So make time to save on all your office essentials at Staples.
Where there's a whole lot more in store.
In store only, ends 1/18/20. Valid on assorted SKUs while supplies last.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Need cash but have bad credit or maxed out cards? Now you can get a personal loan for up to $5,000, whatever your credit, with no paperwork. MoneyASAP.com is one of the nation's largest personal loan networks. If you have a checking account and a regular income source, you can get cash in your account as soon as tomorrow. Type this into your smartphone or computer address bar. www.moneyasap.com. That's moneyasap.com. moneyasap.com.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Good to see Julie. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. When she was with me the last time, it was with her book about leadership, and now she's got a new book out called Choose to Matter, Your Guide to Being Courageously and Fabulously You. I'm going to read from the handout that they gave me, is that Choose to Matter is for the teenage girl starting her journey or for the woman at a critical fork in her journey. It's for everyone and anyone who needs a little push to find courage, motivation, and confidence. When you thought about developing this book and what you wanted to put into it, what was the philosophy you had, Julie?
The philosophy was actually, I pitched it to Disney Publishing, and I said, listen, leadership is a heavy topic for girls. And the reason it drives me crazy with girls is as I found doing these leadership academies for so many years, is young women, and I'm just not talking young women, older women as well, we're really good at underselling ourselves. Right? We want to check every box before we raise our hand. And it's what I love most about women, in that we are over-disciplined and we are super prepared. But it's what sets us back so often is we wait until every box is checked and we're perfect before we're like, yes, okay, now I will do it. It's like, no, the opportunity is gone. Raise your hand. Raise it now. Just get out of that comfort zone. And so I said to Disney Publishing, I said, I want it to be about leadership and getting out of your comfort zone, but it also, because it's kind of a heavy topic for a lot of young girls, I want it to be fun and I want it to be joyful and there's laughter and it's playful. So the real thing that I'm most proud of is the messaging is go on, sister, you can do it, and being that voice to nudge you out of your comfort zone, but it's also interactive and there's silly exercises and there's team building things you can do in it and there's reflection. I wanted it to kind of be a handbook that you could go to different chapters and say, I'm struggling with this. Here's some strategies from these amazing women I interview in the book that will help you get there. So it's real tangible stuff they can then, I hope, utilize in their lives.
It's interesting, having known a lot of strong women, including my aunt and my mother as well, who were strong women. And I made the comment to you, I came to appreciate them and respect them. I didn't fear them. And that's not something that generally is the case. I think men are fearful, as we've talked already about strong women. But what do they do to overcome those things? They have to deal with it every day. It's like a person of color having to deal with the frustrations as well.
Exactly.
So what do you do?
Well, there's the first point is that you can't, as Sue Enquist, who's an 11-time national championship coach from UCLA in softball, says, her quote is, you can't get stuck in your junk, right? That there are going to be obstacles in life. There's going to be things thrown at you. You're going to fail a test. You're going to get cut from a team, right? How you react in those moments, because everyone has them. Someone's going to tell you, as they told us for years, like, stop being so crazy to dream that the women should have a World Cup. Stop being so crazy to dream the women should be in the Olympics for soccer. And we finally realized that, hey, we're not crazy. We're just courageous. And if you can build that team around you to give you that push to say, because you're going to have moments of self-doubt. We all do. But then what do you do about it? And what is your dream team around you helping you get out of that uncomfortable space and being comfortable in uncomfortable? Because how many of us have had friends who we say, hey, we got this, I have this awesome dream. Hey, what do you think about this? And that friend's like, that's stupid. Where are you from? Why do you think you could do that? Instead of a friend who's like, that's awesome, go for it. Because you can. And that's the voice I wanted this book to be.
Along those lines, the reason why this network exists today is because I was asked when I had Duke Snider on the local show in San Francisco, a caller called and said, do you know, Ron, I've waited 35 years to talk to Duke Snider, and tonight you're giving me the chance. And that was the seed for saying that's what fans want to do. They want to be able to talk to their heroes. So I'm doing a tennis tournament. Billie Jean is my color analyst on the thing, and during one of the breaks or afterwards, I said, hey, Billie Jean, I've got this idea, but I'm not a businessman. I've never done this before. I'm talent on the air, and I don't know whether to do it. She said to me, Ron, I know you well enough. You never want to look over your shoulder and wonder if you could have.
Right.
And that was the seed. I'm getting goosebumps.
She pushed you out. She gave you the nudge.
She absolutely did. Because she and other women like her, yourself and others in this book, they don't look at it as failure. Because you learn from every experience that you have.
Yeah. And I think the misconception, too, is that you have to be a celebrity or a person in a position of power or an Olympic gold medalist. And so in the book, we do have the examples of, the Billie Jeans and the Robin Roberts and people, Sheryl Sandberg, COO of Facebook, writer of Lean In. But we also have anonymous people who just care so deeply about something or have a group around them that nudge them on, that do these incredibly courageous things, and that you don't need to be in that position of power to make a difference. That leadership is personal, not positional.
In all those women, what is the one commonality?
That they'll fall straight on their face, fall flat on their face, laugh, right? Laugh and go, well, that didn't work. Let's try again. Let's get up and go again.
Not afraid to fail.
Not afraid to fail. That, I call it, my chapter it's called the F word, right? And there's actually a chapter in the book. It's all about failure. That F word, I say, yes, failure. Make it your best friend, because those who embrace it and love it and are willing to grow and say, you know what, that's going to be okay. I'm going to fail. And you realize, you know what, this is life. Everyone fails. I'm going to be okay. And sometimes you just need that reminder.
Share with me some of your favorite stories from some of these people in this book.
One of the women I interview in the book, to the point of you don't have to be a celebrity or a person in a position of power to lead, is my dear friend Amy Liss, who was born with cerebral palsy. She was born a twin, and she has never had any independent function of her legs or arms. So always been confined to a wheelchair, can't eat on her own, can't bathe on her own, she can't walk, of course. And yet, when I met Amy about 15 years ago, I was blown away because she was one of the most positive, courageous women I had ever met. She always found positive in something. She found positive in, showing our Leadership Academy kids, her facility at Easter Seals, and she's smiling and joking, and she has this great sense of humor. But because she's in a wheelchair and she has a really intense form of cerebral palsy, people kind of back off. They don't want to approach her. Yet when they hear her talk and they hear how smart and funny she is and positive, then people are drawn to her. She has this gift in life. And so I put her in this book, and she has been one of the most transformational people in my life. Above her bed, she has this quote that says, "Live each day with an attitude of gratitude." And here's a person who has every right to probably be complaining throughout a little bit of the day that, I'd like to run and jump and feel the wind as I'm running, and she can't, yet she never complains. And I just love that.
One of the people that I have a particular affinity for is Robin Roberts, because I've known her for a very long time, and her father was a Tuskegee Airman.
Yeah.
And so we had that connection as well. And I even had a crush on her at one time.
Who doesn't have a crush on Robin, right?
Exactly.
You're not alone, Ron. She's such a gem. I mean, she talks in the book openly about, being faced with cancer, not once, but twice. I mean, and that she said literally the second time when I found out, I got a little angry. And I said, yeah, I bet. She goes, because I'd done everything right the first time, I felt like. And I'd lived my life in such a good way, like healthy and active. And here I am going through this a second time. And she shares her strategies of how to get out of that place of negativity and turn it into a positive, and being able to flip it, and working on mentally being able to flip it so that she could get in a good place to fight it.
Also, another great story, I'm sure, came from Sheryl Sandberg as well after the
Lean
tragedy.
In, and and she talks about her husband losing Dave, and the thing about that, and as her book, which is already a bestseller, Option B, talks about as well, is this: it's raw, it's real, it's her saying, "Look, I was in such a bad place that I didn't know how I was going to go back to work." She's sharing this with me, and you think, Sheryl Sandberg, billionaire number 7 on the world's most powerful women list, above Oprah, Queen Elizabeth, and here she is talking about, I don't know how I'm going back to work. And she said, I needed to share how I got through it.
I've always had the idea and belief, and correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, but because of athletes and their focus, their discipline and everything, that when they have to deal with tragedy or have to deal with a challenge, that they're probably better prepared to deal with it because being a highly skilled athlete. Am I correct in that observation?
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I'm always pushing kids to play, right? And young girls, like, play something. I don't care what you play, but play it competitively.
Be involved.
Yeah, you don't have to learn that at the highest level. You don't have to go to an Olympics to learn that, right? You learn that adversity and setback and loss is part of life, right? And I'm losing on the field, or I'm losing in this game, and I'm going to, okay, that feeling, I don't like it at all. How am I going to make sure it doesn't happen again? And how I'm going to learn and extract the lesson and all these things by playing sports at any level. I think teaches you. It's the gift, really, of sports.
One of the things I'm interested in with your Leadership Academy, also with this book, when the team went on that tour after one of the major championships and everything, when you look into a woman or a girl's face, can you tell if you've connected with them?
Oh, absolutely.
What is it? What's the giveaway?
Yeah, tears. I bring people to tears all the time, Ron. It's a terrible trait I have.
You and Oprah?
No, it's that, it's that smile in with the Leadership Academies, you really have this transformational experience of I'm connecting because I'm sharing a story that's relatable. Maybe it's a message they've heard from their parents or teachers or coaches a million times, but the fact that you're telling me that Mia was super quiet and awkward and shy and hated attention is me. That's what they're saying to themselves. That's me. I see it in that person. So if you share enough examples of here's what these people did, here's where they come from, and that's probably you too, right? And they're like, yes, I don't have to be that person. I can be quiet and shy and still be an effective leader. Then it's this epiphany for them. And it really is a transformational experience to learn that I can make a difference. I just have to care enough to raise my hand.
What do you want people to take away from the book?
That they can. That they can choose to matter. The real takeaway isn't just that I want you to be empowered to be a better person. I go into a whole section in the book about I want you to be empowered to then go empower others. To me, that's leadership. You go empower others to be great. And so there's a whole service component, and it's not that I'm asking them to change the world in a day. I give them a week to do that, but that I want them to now go and help someone else. I want you to go play it forward. I want you to go, I call it turn when you turn and pull. So go pull someone forward with you. And you can do that at any age, right? In any position. And that is the most empowering thing is when you realize you have the power to empower others in a positive way. And wouldn't that be great if everyone was doing these little small acts in all these communities around the world? And that's what the book inspired.
I see that you and I have a common weakness. We both love donuts.
Yeah.
Krispy Kreme.
Ron, it's bad.
It's bad.
I have a problem. Have you admitted it yet?
That
you have a problem? Because that's the first step.
But I'm being pushed by my friends. Yeah.
I actually was driving in today.
There's going to be a confrontation.
I was driving in today with Maz, and I was like, oh, Maz, I'm having one of those moments. She's like, what? I was like, I need a donut. And when I need a donut, it's bad. Let's go.
Now, Krispy Kreme, your favorite? Or
No, actually, I was telling her today, I do like Krispy Kreme, but I love like the big, thick cinnamon rolls that are bigger than my head and like gooey and thick. From anywhere. Bigger the better.
Yeah, I'm going to wean myself off of them because the sugar.
Don't do that.
Well,
do not do that, Ron.
What do you recommend,
No,
Doctor?
you just go. They're good for the soul. You go with it.
If I die, I'm going to have a smile on my face. Right?
Exactly. It's all balanced.
We
have
only
a banana with it.
We only have about 90 seconds left. I know you have two wonderful children, and I'm just wondering the parenting experience that you've had.
Oh, gosh.
Did you have
The
to
best.
adapt? Was it a little bit hard for you to do it since you were kind of so well focused on what you've accomplished in your life?
I mean, I think like any parent, you're like, what am I doing here? I don't know. How do we feed them? How do we keep them alive? But now they're at 8 and 10. And as I was telling you, I want to create an app that freezes them right at this age because they're perfect. They like to hang with mom.
They still need you.
Yes, they still need me, yet they're self-sufficient. It's a great age.
What's the craziest question either one of them have ever asked you?
When they started, people started asking for autographs around them, and they're like, and they'd never seen me play, right? Because I stopped playing. They're like, why are people asking for you to sign things, Mom? And now I can say, because I'm a very important author. Of course. Duh.
Briefly, what's career day at the school like for you and them?
Yeah, bring your medals. No, I'm just going to bring books. I'm more proud of that.
You know, we've known each other for a very long time. I remember when you came in when you were down at Stanford as well.
Yeah.
You've been a friend, and that's not based on the number of times we see each other. It's the quality of the time that we have spent together.
You're a great man, Ron. Thanks for doing this for so long and doing it so well.
Well,
it's an honor to be on your show again.
Well, you deserve it, and I'm really happy. And again, I want to urge people.